Alrighty. Always got to make sure I remember about that. Okay, so where were we? So last time, quick recap. We uh bad shit went down. We explored with Lotus and Seven in the ending rooms, and we managed to get to the final door. It looked like, but it wasn't marked 9. But we did manage to get a sun key, which let us go back to one door that was at the central staircase, and through that door, But before we got to that door, we found the corpses of Clover, Ace, and Santa, who had bled out and were on the central staircase. So, being incredibly freaked out, we took the sun key and went to the door it unlocked. But problem is that the door was already unlocked. And with that in mind, we cautiously went through to find an automatic door. The automatic door was also unlocked, but only Junpei went through, and he found June on the other side, incredibly wounded and dying very quickly. And it was a big moment. She died in his arms. He was very sad, and in his stupor, he walked back out the automatic door and found that Seven and Lotus had also been killed. Uh-oh. Well, everyone seems to be dead, so Junpei, he goes back through the automatic door again, and there was a submarine in the corner. Well, he says, I guess I'll just get in the submarine. I feel empty inside. And then he gets stabbed in the back by someone. Who that person was, we don't know. That was the first ending we've gotten so far. The only ending we've gotten so far. Just leaves us with more questions. But at the moment, we did go back through a couple of extra doors with Seven and Snake. So the ones at the beginning. We went through the first class cabin. Door number 5, and the casino. Seven propped open the doors so that we could backtrack to them, which seemed smart, but we haven't managed to take advantage of that yet. There was also a safe in the first class cabin we were never able to open, so who knows what the deal with that is. But after that, we explored door 3 for the first time. Junpei pulling out the evilest plots possible and scaring the shit out of Lotus and Clover, who got left behind with Ace. But we knew what we were going to find on the other side. In the shower room, we found Snake, who was exploded into a big gory mess that the game really, really loves detailing out. But I'm still not sure it's Snake. I still don't think it is, because the game has taken pains to mention that it's almost unrecognizable. So, can't be Snake. But after we got out of door 3, we ended up on the same route as before, just exploring the torture room with Seven and Lotus, but we didn't have the other 2 keys. But it didn't seem to matter in the end, because we got the same ending as last time. Oops. I need to get to the flow thing so that I can... Yeah. We're gonna skip all this, because we know this.
Damn it! What the?
Yeah. Now, we've seen all this So we need to go to the flow and choose a new route to pick up from. I do not know if picking up a new route will remember the choices I made like the first time. Like if I pick up where if I pick up after the medical room with with Ace staying behind and us having to choose between 3, 7, and 8, we still have the 4-leaf clover to give to Clover if we went with her. But okay, so yeah, that's right there. That's door 5. That's door 4. And we end up here. That's door 3 on the right. That's door 8, which we went through the first time with 7 and Clover. We still haven't gone through door 7. Door 7, I think they said was a laboratory. But it seems to be the sticking point. So we will... There we go.
Well, we really don't have a choice now.
Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead and get to door 8.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
Have 3, 5, 4...
Yeah, we've covered this.
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3... Get it now?
Yeah, I get it. You've talked about this a couple times, so let's go ahead and...
No. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time.
Well, not really that long. Barely an hour at that.
Hey, we got split up. I'll bet.
Yeah. Prop?
Yeah, and this is what they talked about the first time we did this with the 7 route.
Yes.
You guys... Anyway, Clover, I figure any problem.
Whatever.
Alright, let's...
Yeah,
Are you ready?
Yeah.
we still get to go with Clover, but we're replacing 7 with Lotus. Okay.
Then shall we go?
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Okay. Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, the bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met.
June.
Jumpy.
They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold, electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Well,
It stopped.
surprisingly little drama over finding that dead. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl.
Wow, rude.
I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was, perhaps, necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake. Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Ah, it's a dead end.
The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory? Huh.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei,
Huh?
please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Ugh, fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to
It's
him.
kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms. The knuckles on her hands were white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of a calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke.
Are you okay?
Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment.
Junpei, you just don't get it!
Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him! Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall, for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you!
And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on! I'll get it open!
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but...
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei nodded.
Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Oh, now she's cooperative. Seek a way out. I went through door 7 the first time, so this is my first time with 8. Alright, so what do we got? We're cut off from half the room. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Silver handrail. Junpei, do something, please! Alright, what do we... Computer. This is the computer. Power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oh, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't going to do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. What, so, like, well, it's one of those, like, computer, well... No, can't be. What is this? Ethanol. Oh, where's 7 when you need him? No, I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous, no water. Is that different from the regular ethanol? Oh, come on, that's common knowledge. No, it isn't. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner, and even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Okay. Well, I guess that's all there is. What? 9 green lockers, 9 red lockers, and there was only one that opens? A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Let's see. Cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical and stuff. I don't know. I don't really get it. People pee. Alright. This is a keyhole. It looks like a keyhole for the activation key. Activation key? What? This is a really old type of keyboard. It's not that old. I mean, it's old, yeah, but it's not super old. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. It doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. Well, usually there's a power switch. Okay, the buttons don't seem to do anything. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. This is definitely a power cable. You remember if we ran it... Lotus. Okay. It's a clock. What does that say? That says... 12:26. Clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. I did mute myself. Whoops, sorry about that. Clover, what about your side? Won't work. Can't even move the knob. Yeah, the button on this mic, sometimes doesn't like to click in all the way. Oh, I can just look through, okay. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Ink, Junpei. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Well, then it's not a pen! Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from permanent marker? Well, I've got, something for that. Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And this is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. Turn the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. Wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here like resistance value and voltage. Well, then it's a multimeter. Power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. This is like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Okay, so... Is there a way for me to pass her this? Yeah. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Huh? Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wipe off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right. Okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. She's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Alright, well, have the power cable. So, bam. And the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not going to fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're going to need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Fucking cable bullshit. Nothing over there. Keyhole. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. Just tell me now! I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see from here. Clover, you've got a pen and notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bar? Okay, roger. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. There's one with 2 prongs. I'm going to cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. It's a rack. Okay, well, that didn't help. Clover, how are the power cables over there? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. She does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cables on the monitor has, got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Well, feed it to me. How about just the plug? The plug? Well, maybe it's more like a connector? It's a sort of thing that makes it's an extension cord. Yeah. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. It's just what we were looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? Alright, unplugged. Hand it to you over the bars, okay? Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Cool. New material added to the file screen. Been a while since that came up. Copy from the stand in the laboratory. It's 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. So 3, 2, 4, 1. What is this, tic-tac-toe? Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Okay. Put the 2-prong plug into the head of this power cable. Oh, that's convenient. Right, I've got the 2-prong power cable in my hand. Pretty sure this will work. To the desk I go. Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Be optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen.
What?
He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Lotus doesn't know computers.
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name.
That's not how monitors work.
Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
Have you, Lotus? That's not how monitors work. He most certainly had not, but...
Is that normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down into it, in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then, before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't!
I mean, I kinda did. I guess you were like a scientist or something. I don't know why you're dressed like this, but, you know.
You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers!
And I figured she was in some kind of tech job.
What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit.
Why?
Lotus blinked.
Huh? Oh, it was just something.
She stopped typing for a moment, and then her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain.
A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own.
You're writing a program with what? It's just like a DOS display or something over there.
It's not the most elegant solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed the key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd.
Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
I'm pretty sure Lotus is just making shit up because Junpei knows nothing about computers.
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it?
Like she's just casually typing in a bunch of random passwords and just bullshitting to Junpei.
How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No, not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here.
Oh, it's my grandparents.
Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside.
That's not my grandparents.
Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that. Because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head.
So, what are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe, what if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same? Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications, we can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
Lotus, are you saying we're in a simulation or something? Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly. And he was a little surprised to be hearing something like that from her.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else. That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued.
If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
Wait a minute. What?
You are busting out way too big of words here, Lotus. You knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
I mean... Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Oh my god, how could you not have heard of this? Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
No, what is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours, so they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces. It's almost impossible for a human to... The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I
Bored.
guess I was just adulting.
Not funny.
Clover's over in the corner going, what the fuck are you two on about? Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it.
It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
She spoke. Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. Screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back, if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Ah, bless me. Suddenly, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
Look, you know how many calories she burned just now? She was going at, like, Mach speed, alright?
Well...
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. Shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Oh, okay, it's one of these. The fourth touch is your end? This fourth touch is your end. Huh. Alright, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Well, probably one of the doors on the side. Oh! Look, Junpei. The lights on the... Sorry about that. Allergies are hitting. And we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. What's in here? Keys? There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Yeah, I haven't seen the Earth door yet. We've never gone there. Only June's group has. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you way deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key... Key is this. In the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh, what is it? I wonder, do you think maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be. Feel good about this. It was just at that moment he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for a moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Is this about the experiment?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother, or she would have been worried about him.
Well, let me think.
He thought back to when they'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something, that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and then turned to walk away.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born...
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Wait.
The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Yeah, I think I just realized something.
Oh.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. Snake's left arm is artificial. Was that the arm that kept getting pointed out to us when we saw his corpse? This key, the shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. Hey Clover, anything change? Something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in here? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? We're doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Did you, like, play with it a little? Okay. Yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Well, maybe she missed something. Should ask her to look around the room again. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. It's a mannequin. It's a rack. Scribbings. I guess this drain is for water, huh? Oh, there's nothing in here. Power restored to experimental device. The keyboard! It does nothing! Anything. This changes that the lever is down now. Very impressive. Big cables. Don't need the computer anymore, okay? Junpei, thank you so much for everything. Whoa, what's this all about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, can we talk about this when we can talk about this when you get out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. Yay! This is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Okay, well, I didn't see anything changing there. The mannequin seems to be the same. This is the same. Maybe if you increase the voltage? Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey, wait, Clover. Oh shit. What? I think, oh shit. Oh my god. The mannequin's head. Oh, that sounds like a fire alarm. Clover, duck down. Crawl. What the hell? Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Do that. Damn, the gate's still shut. Junpei, look at the light. Yeah, it's green. Emergency system has activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. The hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. You found it. It feels more like we just kind of just bumbled around until the door kicked us out, but sure. that felt less elegant than any of the other puzzles I solved. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus slipped out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're expected, or how a group was expected to get out of there if they didn't have Lotus with them.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. I also don't know what that, this was about. 1, 3, yeah, all that. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
It's the exit. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt. The voice belonged to...
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. There, at the other end of the hallway, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Hey, on the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
Yep.
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward, took hold of the door, and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Yep, it leads us back. Ace is surprised. And then we go explore door 3. Or Ace, Clover, and, was it 7? They poured through the doorway into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back. In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so we've wrapped around back to here. So,
The 6 of you split into...
yeah. Gonna skip ahead. Key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
Yeah, so they got the Jupiter key this time. So we got the Earth key.
Whoa.
Nice catch.
Jeez.
He caught it and found that the object was a key.
I see. So this is Jupiter.
On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, on it.
Well, I've got something for you too then. Here, it's the Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah, on it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
So how many unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key you just gave me. And the Saturn key card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
Junpei took the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Yep. And now we're back on track. So, Yeah, those three are gonna go in. They're gonna find Snake. Yeah, we're gonna go open up the other doors. And have a great time, you know, exploring a little bit. What was the question? God damn it, Santa. Yeah, of course there was a reason. It's also something I noticed. Only the route I took the first time was the only one that I had a lot of dialogue options. Everyone, all the other ones have been relatively straightforward. Oh, I probably should have taken the other one there since... Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, they go down, they discover door 6. Yeah, at this point, I'm wanting to see... Now that Clover's told us that one of Snake's arms was artificial, I'm curious to see if that changes something when we see the body. Because that wasn't something we knew the first time through. Or the second time through when we went into door 3. Yeah, the LLR. I thought those were important, but no, it's literally just a clue for getting out of the room. Okay, Junpei didn't notice anything about the body, but let me stop.
The door shut. It was all over for Snake, but it didn't.
Okay, real quick. His left arm had it split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. So yeah, that 100% not Snake, but the game tells us that, but then also, you know, won't let me investigate or call it out. Whatever.
My choice is door 1.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here. I had 3 pieces of paper ready. And I put the one with door 6 on it into the pot. I just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch to paper out. Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
Yeah. 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Aw.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age.
Jesus, dude, can you lay off for half a second?
Right, June?
Well, I
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Well, she's already tried to kill him at least once.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again. But this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
Seven's words took a weight off Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering unease remained, but they went their separate directions without too much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck.
Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go.
It opened, and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it.
A numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the 2 of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever.
Now.
He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well, then. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumbled into the room.
Where is it?
Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard at that.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door. Let's try opening it.
He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
Closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something!
Okay, I will.
All right then, let's get started.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sneezing about every half second. Alright, what do we got? Stack of nautical charts. I think this is a nautical chart. There's this line on it. Here. I think this line is the route the ship's supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map. Oh, those are probably ports, like for a boat to stop at. Looks like the lines connect the dots. How did they go from, wherever that is on South America, all the way to Australia? Like if you figure it would be faster to fucking... Well, I guess they are just slicing out the Pacific Ocean there. Still. Nothing left in the drawer. A light. It looks kind of like a wilted flower. Chair. A chair. This chair, this chair, this chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. She's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. World map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Like this one's a match of the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines. And each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. What do we got? Shows directions of south, west, southwest, northwest, east, north, and straight. Straight isn't a direction. There's a word next to each point on the map. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. That's what it says. Oh, this doesn't actually match up to the to the chart in my hand that I was looking at, because that had 2 stops in South America. This one has none. Okay. So they start from Japan, go to Australia, Madagascar, Cape Horn. Is that Cape Horn? I don't remember what the name of that is. I don't know where that is on America. They stop in Spain, and then go wherever that is. Alright, I've got the nautical chart that matches up to these pins. I don't think I need to spend any more time on this map. The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. Something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? Wow, so many files this round. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and are now docking due north. Soon we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. Neat. Pocket watch. That's a pocket watch. She sure hasn't been saying much. And she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Get back to the wheelhouse. He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, there is.
Ace's eyebrows went up.
You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, alright?
And Junpei is so mad.
But why did I say that? I didn't need to speak to Ace that way. I feel kind of off somehow.
Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
What are you insinuating? He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. Dude?
I apologize for the intrusion.
Dude, do not go there.
Well, best of luck.
She is a kid. Do not go in there. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left.
Ow.
For no reason he could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt.
What the hell? My head.
A sharp pain in his head. Oh hey, it's just like with 7. Much time passed, he wasn't sure. He did notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent.
Yes. There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
Pardon me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Oh, is he getting the paper?
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Whoa, what are you putting your hand in my pocket for? Stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. I knew it.
Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
Wait, wait a minute. Okay. I'm in here now. Okay, that leads back here. Now let's... Yeah, I think I went with the wrong dialogue option there. None of these look very useful. It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Left drawer. Let's have a look. Nothing. The right drawer. Let's have a look. Nothing. Anything under? No. A chair. Clover isn't very talkative. She looks kinda out of it. Is she thinking about Snake? Okay, that's the way out. Alright. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. There's another room on the other side of the window. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. Desk. Anything in the drawers? Nope. Well, there's some sort of square device embedded in this door. Like this is some sort of lock. Got a weird shape and indentation on it. Huh? Shape? Maybe. Does look like the pocket watch would fit here. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. What? Looks like this is the only exit. Oh, it's the, yeah, an engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car. Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it were deliberately removed. Okay, well, I need a handle. A compass. And what does destiny point us to? Really hope you don't think that sounded cool. Oh, he's sad. The needle is pointing north. The steering wheel. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. I noticed something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? This ship, it's moving. Ha! Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. Oh, God. Oh, okay, so it just goes. We're going on a trip, baby. Okay, well, I gotta look at the direction thing first. What I'm trying to click on. Type. Okay. Okay, so ship's log. We headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and are now heading due north. Okay, so... let's see if we can remember all that. Steering wheel. If you move it, then the direction changes. I swear I saw something that had directions in it. Maybe if I enter directions in that order. Okay, so north, it was south. South and west. It was southwest. Southwest. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, fuck off, Ace. I know what it is. Okay, let me... yeah, give me a sec to write this down. Southwest. Northwest. Northwest. East. North. Okay. So, south. West. Southwest. Northwest. West and east. And then north. Hey! What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you zero? Well, it's a handle. A handle that came off the steering wheel. A handle. So, I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits. Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Well, one sec. Yeah, let me look at the file. Wait, the door to the chart room, what? Whatever. Where were we? Okay. Write this down again. So that is full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Okay. So that is it's full, half, slow, full, half, dead. That's dead slow. Stop. Huh? That's weird. Thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look. Something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. Oh, I guess I got it right. Which was the back wall? This one? Yes, nothing in the drawers. Door. No, not that. Junpei, are you trying to open that door? Get it, it's pointless. I tried it earlier. It won't open. Yeah, set on the back wall of the wheelhouse. What? Oh, this? There's something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? They're names of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, it's just like the ones you might see at an airport. Party XX carrier, XX flight, XXXXXXXX. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. Looks like the only one of these that has a time on it, though. Time on the last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time. That is really low resolution, Jesus. Okay, so, is that the time I gotta set it to? Digital scoreboard. Yeah, that must be the estimated time of arrival. Oh, perhaps. Whoa, what's he doing? Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, he just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. Yeah, he's winding the watch up to that time. Should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back. You don't need to look so smug about it. See what he... Oh, he moved the hands. Whoopsie, sorry about that. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Yeah. Put the watch in. Hey. Open. Good work. Seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover. What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then. Clover?
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
It was full of all manners of turn-of-the-century electronics equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. He seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door.
And that door?
A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read,
Captain's quarters. Huh.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
I don't think he's in the captain's quarters. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force that controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match.
Damn.
A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. He left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Dude, with that much blood? Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand to the neck.
No pulse.
Hey, he has a wrist. Bracelet. His pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead.
What's his number?
Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
What's his number? Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Probably a knife, like the one you got in the back. Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
Oh, it wasn't a knife. Lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wounds, there could be no doubt that it had been made by an axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
These clothes. A captain. Does that mean this guy was Zero?
No. On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0.
Bracelet 0.
Yeah, but it's not 0. I know it's not. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It's too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that can't be Zero. Like, it is way too easy. Plus. Why is he still wearing the bracelet? The bracelet comes off if you die, or if your heart rate reaches 0, or if your heart rate reaches 0, or if you reach door 9, escape the ship, whatever. So why is his bracelet still on? There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guys? Yeah, probably. Something metallic on top of that table. Hey, is that a music box? Well, let's have a look. Why is there a video camera? Camcorder? It looks like it's pointed at the door. Oh, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? It doesn't look like this was recording anything. What do you mean? It's just sending whatever it sees to something. What does it see? The door. Control panel for the electronic lock. Guess we gotta put in a passcode. I don't think it's just about numbers. There's a hole in the bottom of it too, right there. I think you need to put in a key first. Music box. Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up first? Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to find out what's going on, don't you think? Sure, I'll take your word for it. It's a lamp, but it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. Small table. A bed. There's nothing in it. She seems to have cheered up a little. They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. Just some random hallway on this one. The screen shows the big hospital room. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. I don't recognize the room on this one. That looks like the elevators behind it. The screen shows what's happening on the central staircase on B deck. The screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. This room on the screen looks really fancy. Yeah, that's the first class cabin. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens. You know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. 0. Well, I guess it just changed the... What the hell is this? There's nothing on the monitor. There's words right there. Junpei? Just static. What is that, Lord Mipsum?
Huh.
Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
Z-E-R-O, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
No. Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right.
I know it's important to figure out who this guy is, but don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first?
But...
Please, I don't want to waste any more time.
Wasted more time? I mean, I guess. Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. Junpei just didn't have the heart to tell her no.
All right, sure thing.
Was his mind playing tricks on him? Junpei wondered. For a moment, he could have sworn he'd seen Clover smile. Ah, she likes us. In her incredibly depressed state. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. A clock mounted on the wall. Hands aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. Hey, Ace, look. It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Junpei seen some fucked up monkeys. Hey, Ace, look. It's a model of a steam train. Junpei, what are you looking at? Hey, Ace, look. It's me. It's a telegraph key. A machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmitted anything outside of the ship. There's a big-ass rat trap over here. Junpei! I told you, that's a telegraph key. It's a device that transmits messages through Morse code. Pair of headphones. Can't hear anything. Well, because they're not plugged in. I guess whatever they're connected to doesn't work anymore. Oh, okay, they are plugged in. The cable that comes out of this thing is connected to the desk. What does that mean? Just normal light. Well, it won't turn on, so maybe not that normal. Okay, so that whole thing is the telegraph. This looks like a record player or something. I have no goddamn idea what this thing really is. It's probably some sort of radio transmitter. It looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole though. Electronic lock, perhaps? Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some sort of cables over here. That must mean... Hey, what's this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. A white piece of paper. It's blank. Do I gotta feed it into the whatever that is? What are you doing? We searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it'd be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? Yeah. What's this? Small screwdrivers. Those are fancy, too. Huh. Set of small screwdrivers. Perhaps you can use them to dismantle small devices. Yeah, having used these kind of screwdrivers before, fuck whoever thought of putting these little things on the bottom. They just make it harder to grip. Alright, the screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. Hey, cylinder. Looks to be a cylinder for a music box. There are a number of pins and some pieces of metal that look rather like fans attached. Yeah, I didn't think so. Had to check. Ink. Full of ink. It's filled with ink. Oh. Guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. I just gotta roll the cylinder across a piece of paper. And if I'm right, the ink should... Hey! Just as you suspected, right? Now you have a paper with dots and lines on it. So I imagine it's Morse code. The dots and lines are the dots and dashes of Morse code. Yeah. Yeah, fun fact, I got trained in Morse code. I still have no idea how to actually use it. Because I couldn't retain anything from it. It's just, I could not process how to translate letters into Morse. Or I guess I should say I can't really translate the difference between dots and dashes. Like, I was never given a really good explanation for it. Nothing suspicious here. Right. Okay, so... Yeah, well, let me look at the fucking desk. go. Alright, I've got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. But let's give this a shot. Yes? Hey, Junpei, what's the matter? You can do better than that. My hand slipped. We'll get it right next time. You operated by pressing this button. The dot, which is read as DIT, is the result of a light tap on the button. The dash, which is read as DA, is what you will get if you hold the button down. Alright, so I press it once quickly for a dot, and I hold it down for a dash. Well, you could have explained that the first time. There we go. Hooray. Yeah, for some reason, when I clicked on the thing the first time, it didn't want to register. Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. I also have no idea what this says in Morse code, so, yeah. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE. But isn't it supposed to say all ice? This doesn't have a space between the L and the I. Are they saying that ALLICE is a single word?
Interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. The inside was far more interesting and far more confusing. Each page was covered with strange characters. Oh hey, it's all ice. Alice. Yeah, the mummy lady. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even nearly humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
Also, hieroglyphics. He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just one or two pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file. Something fell out.
Huh? What's this?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
Hey, it's the Mars one. There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus.
Oh.
That's the Uranus symbol.
Oh my. Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Something's written on the bottom.
Bottom Deck Library.
Bottom Deck Library. This must be the key to the library, then. Is the bottom deck a library? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now.
He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Key with a leather case. Isn't metal. My guess would be ceramic. Junpei, have you found a keyhole that might fit it? Have I? God. The control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole in the bottom right. Maybe the key I got earlier. Sweet, just had to put the key in and now it's on. Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen. There are 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put in 8 digits. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to get some medicine right after this. Yeah. Do you think you can figure it out? Well, I don't have anything. Morse code chart. Yeah, nothing there. Files. Yeah, all ice. Hey, isn't the door on the screen the one right behind us? You're right. So whatever that camera sees is sent to the screen in real time. Wonder if that means something, you know? 8 digits, huh? So put in the 8-digit number, I just press E to enter it. If I mess up, I guess I just press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. Nope. What's the passcode? I don't have any idea what it might be. There's gotta be a hint or clue in here somewhere. I mean, that's what all the other rooms have been like, you know? Let's look for it. Hint, huh? Well, I've found a lot of hints that apparently don't seem to connect to anything. Zero. And Alice. Oh, hey, what's this? There's a piece of paper in here with some letters on it. What's the deal with this? Is this some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V respectively. Maybe this is something to do with number bases. New material has been added. Oh god. In base 10. It's written as A and a hexadecimal. For yada yada yada. Oh god. That's hexadecimal, then that's whatever yada. Okay, so ZERO. Well, Z isn't on any of these. So, because I could say, 10, 11, 12, 13, say 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So 14, 27, 24, but I don't know what Z is. Hey, there's a Z on this one, but the other screens it spells out 0. Wonder, is there only 1 letter per monitor? Well, I want to say 0, they only need 1 monitor for that, you know? Why? Well, I get the reason. Yeah, it's ZERO. Just, I don't know what Z translates to with the map, or with the fucking thing. Nothing. Okay, so, oh, that one. It's a 10. Okay, let me write this down real quick. Yeah, come on. There. Okay, so, E was 14. R was 27. 0 was 24. So R's 27. So 28, 29, 30, 31. So okay. B U V W X Y Z. So 32 X 3 Y 4 Z 35. I got it. Yeah, okay, so 5 14 27 24. Hey, there we go. I'm smart. It worked. Good job, Junpei. Excellent. You seem to have locked it. Good work, Junpei. Good work, me. Good job, me. Alright, let's go. Hooray! Well, I got mad at Ace when I shouldn't have, but let's see how things work out. Yeah, hey, I never got to look at the corpse. Huh. They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left, like a great backwards L.
All right, let's go.
Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran and ran and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door.
That's the next door.
Made straight for it.
Wait, a piece of paper.
It was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt.
This is...
Junpei. Hey, Junpei! He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for A-Deck.
Cool.
What's wrong?
What happened? Ace, finally slower by virtue of his advanced age, or slightly slower, had finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
He showed Ace what he snatched from the wall. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again past Junpei.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
We
We should keep this, though.
It's a map. I haven't really had a use for them yet. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace. They stopped him.
Hey, where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, what the hell is she up to?
Clover? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stumped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front. Oh, thank God. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was gonna find her corpse. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
She stole something. Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket, as if to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... I wonder.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
With that, Clover ran straight past the somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back.
Huh? Clover, what's that on your back?
Does she have the axe? Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick. Clover!
A stick? Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back?
Clover! Clover, you put that axe back right now. She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared.
Is she ignoring me? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs.
The big stairs. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map.
It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see, after reading the map himself, meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
He put his hand on his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Hey, everyone's alive! Hey!
Really?
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy, Clover.
Everyone's alive! Hooray! June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Jumpy could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it.
Found what?
We found it.
What did you find?
The last door. We found door 9.
Hey!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. There's sort of a problem with getting into door 9, though.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy,
Aww.
we finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door.
Yep!
7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind.
Yep. And guess what? Since you guys don't have a 2, that means that your total number comes out to 7 anyways.
2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while, until... They had just reached C deck when Clover spoke.
Hey, what about door 2?
Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Door 2 has the submarine behind it. Well, the sun key, which leads to the submarine. Seven spoke.
What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean?
I mean, I know it's behind it.
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? Huh? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know? Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out.
No, I can tell you, from experience, no.
Huh. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yeah, you do have a point.
It's a cool shark with a smooth, stark belly. The others nodded in agreement.
The last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
I've already taken several looks. I know what's behind there. The sun key. They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was a large hospital room.
The elevator can take us down to door 2.
Who shall go then?
Let's see.
Me. I'm going.
Then June, 7, and I need to go with her.
4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2.
Hey, why do you get to...
I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it.
Jumpy, I'm okay too.
See?
Can we just go now?
Fine.
All right, let's get going. I'll see you later.
Okay. Be careful.
So that leaves us with Lotus and Ace. They climbed into the elevator, and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way down to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? Well, I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously, though, I was kidding. So, where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
Hey, Ace. Your smile's real friendly.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go and see whatever it is you think is so important.
Okay, so Clover has the axe and something in her pockets.
Thank you.
So, unless Ace already has some other weapon,
Well then, shall we go?
I mean, he could probably just strangle her, but... Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. Junpei, you don't find this really suspicious? They disappeared into the hallway on the left. God damn it, Junpei. Time seemed to drag on as Junpei waited for the others to return.
They're so slow. And what's keeping Ace and Lotus?
Suddenly, the elevator opened. Oh, hey. A single person stood there.
Clover! I guess you're the first one back.
It was only Clover inside. Didn't see the rest. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully, stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her.
Where's everybody else? What happened?
She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei.
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Junpei explained what had happened.
Oh, then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid.
Yeah, I think so.
He repeated his earlier question.
So where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
Clover, did you kill them? There was something wrong with her smile.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me...
Did Clover take the bracelet? Clover pulled out something out of her pocket and tossed it at... Oh, no.
Huh?
He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings.
Bracelets. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit.
Clover, what? Junpei collapsed.
No. No way. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. You could see the numbers on their faces.
3, 7, 6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to zero, it will shut down automatically.
But why?
Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven.
No? There's another combination.
That's why I killed them.
2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
But why? Why did you kill June?
Clover, that wasn't Snake.
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No. No.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream.
No. No.
It couldn't be real. It just couldn't.
Hey, Junpei.
He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Her smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. That smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out toward him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door,
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this...
Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0. 0.
A 0 bracelet. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is...
It's none of your business.
See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us.
4 plus 5 plus 0 equals 9.
See? So let's go. Come on! Hurry up!
She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. There was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei?
Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep. So deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind began to crack and his heart began to melt. Oh my god, is it the morphogenetics shit?
Junpei.
The hand she was offering him. It looked so soft, so inviting.
Clover.
Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers.
Yeah?
Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movement slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. And as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Okay! And... yeah. Well. Okay, well, that's... What is this? Key... Key. Oh, I see. Locked, unlocked. Well, what was locked about it? Was it that there was an alternate path to go through or something? How could I have... Yeah, the sub ending was the first one I got. Okay, so I'm guessing what the lock symbols mean are the things that were on that route that I don't have access to on another one. Alright, so since I started on the or since I skipped straight to the hospital choice, that continued me down from the casino path or the 4-door path, and so that bypassed these, which meant I didn't give the Clover. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm guessing this is door whatever. Ugh. So, before I do anything, I'm gonna go get some medicine, because my nose is killing me. I will be right back. And I'm back. Yeah. My allergies are... They tend to be better in the winter, but at night it's basically impossible to predict it, really. You know, when the good days will happen and when it'll be bad. It's like night tends to be the worst of it. I don't know. I don't know why. Really, it's just, you know, I start sneezing when nighttime hits. Also, I was thinking about it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only see 5 endings here, and there are 6 that are on the save screen, from if I remember correctly. So, do I have to get every ending before I get the last one or the true one? Don't actually answer that. But for right now, I'm going to go back to the choice with doors, or with the last set of choice doors, whatever. And I'm going to go through door 6, since we haven't gone through there yet.
One, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I need to go back to the beginning to get the locked off spots, whatever. But but I want to see what's behind door 6 first.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. He read, Junpei door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
Junpei spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
We need an ace, which means Clover can't go through a door, which means she can't get an axe, which means she can't murder everyone. But...
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The other followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1? With me.
No. Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 1. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl from only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable, given the horrible situation in which she found herself, but even so...
I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5,
Seven.
yeah.
Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Just don't let her pick up that axe.
All right then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E-Deck was a silent one.
This is E-Deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
There should be a door. It might have moved. Who knows? Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Yeah, too late for that, Junpei.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat lighter.
All right, let's go.
Without attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob and shoved it down. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
It looks like that labyrinth painting. Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh. Could be...
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
Kamaboko? June pointed to the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's a...
Sorry about that. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beyond them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
Room too big. They moved toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
Yeah, it's got the little ports.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was as silent as the grave.
All right, let's split up.
Then, all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned, just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right?
He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June,
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
you... Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. Yes. It probably is. But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down, careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Seek a way out. Yeah, high fevers really fucking suck. Alright. This pillar goes up toward the ceiling. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. Probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. It's a square hole? Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. You can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps? You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? It's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. Tunnel. Conveyor belt. Well, hop on the conveyor belt. Worked in Half-Life. Golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Then I imagine it was prepared especially for the game. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. It looks like there's a door over here, in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Okay. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. It's the huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the... Sorry about that. Has a gear in it. This one's silver. Conveyor belt runs into some sort of arched tunnel. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver is way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. I shouldn't have got your hopes up. You think you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Santa, it's really hard to tell if you're smart or just incredibly stupid that you wrap around back to smart. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. And this one's bronze. A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. Okay, so we got gold, bronze, silver. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace! It's some kind of snowman's secret meeting! Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. Okay, well, some things with... Here's a counterweight system. What's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. What a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something in here? Yes, I would imagine so. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes. It looks like the exit. Looks like the door slides into the ceiling. There are a number of wooden boxes piled up at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. Nope, I'm trying to look through those. There's nothing there. Yeah, I'm trying to go up. What is this? Those two columns are different from the others. The lights are red. The slider is down. Guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lights engraved in these. Like we were meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Alright, well. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should go in here. Alright, let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Alright, well. Furnace for the enormous boiler. It says A on this door. C. A whole bunch of boxes in my way here. Can't get through. Catwalk. See some scaffolding on the wall over there. What's this? It looks like a hand-operated winch. It doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. It means the wheel isn't attached. Okay, well. There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from the winch. Looks like there's something in the box. Okay, so I gotta lift it up. Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. And coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. Hey. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Ah, shit. Uh-oh. It's a wheel that seems to be part of the winch. There's some pegs on the back that look like they go into the holes on the winch. Good job, genius, you broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Yeah, I've had that happen. Okay, well. Back to C. And operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah! I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all? Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box? It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? I saw it, Ace. It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? I saw it, Ace! Off, Ace. Right, turn the wheel. What's this? What happened? The wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left. It means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah. We can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. You'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wind box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box had only recently hung from just below the catwalk, now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei couldn't see her, still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they'd all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
Yeah, you guys haven't had anything to eat for almost 12 hours. There's nothing to drink. You haven't had any rest. Like, Ace is the only one who's napped.
So you're saying we're abnormal?
And his nap was from, like, anesthetic, which, not great.
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question. Then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet,
Morphogenetic fields. I get it, game. Like, I don't know how it connects to this.
they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Yeah, invisible forces that you can't see with the human eye. Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know?
Why did you bring it up?
I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out.
Santa! What the hell, dude?
And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Not really.
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt very cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Oh, okay, and we're just here again. Okay. That was weird. Let's go see what was in that box. This is it. A control panel for something. Yep, there it is. Some kind of machine? Maybe a control panel. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? Orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. Oh, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? Something, what happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. Still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal? Coal, huh? I have a box of coal. One box full of coal. So it's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. There's Santa. What, shove it in here? This is where you put coal into the furnace. That's right. I had to look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you should check the other side. Other side? Could I get down on the other side? Oop, not that. Damn it. There. I can't get downstairs from here. Not quite sure what they meant by other side. So... Small door on the side of the tunnel. It's bolted shut and won't open. There's no tunnel here. It's coal. Shiny black and coal-like. Where do I take the coal? Well, I don't seem to be able to interact with any of the other, doors. Three are rusted shut. A winch, rope hook, there's nothing hanging off. Oh! Okay. Somehow missed this. My bad. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Ooh, if we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wind box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. And drive the steam engine, right? Yes, guys. I guess that's the, gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then. If the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? What, like the control panel before? Some sort of ignition device, huh? I didn't see anything else. Okay, so this is just the other side of... Alright. Okay, so... there was this. Hey, these are lit up green now. This? I think it might be. Probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh, 3 symbols, huh? Gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. What do we got? Gold disc. A gold disc. It has a number of lines engraved on it. You can make out 3 colors here. Red, blue, and black. Wonder what they mean. Well, it looks like the sun symbol right there in the middle. Bronze disc? Yeah, it totally looks like the sun. Silver disc. Okay, so... Silver disc. Has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? The red ones, huh? Bronze disc. It has a bunch of lines on it in 3 different colors. Red, blue, and black. Okay, well... It was... Oh, wait, no, not up here. It was down here. Yeah. It's like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing, well, there's only one way to find out. Stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some kind of lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Okay, so I need to get the red to line up. Oh, there it is. Hey! The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. Just say you can make a star. You found it.
Yes! The door's open!
Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Ace sighed, with the air of a long-suffering parent.
Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
You guys could just go on ahead to the next room. You know, save me some time. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa, and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up, slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but she still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're alright?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
Okay, I was gonna say, warrior. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. She was well enough to smile and laugh, and she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
Alright, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you.
Where are we going? Away from here?
We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way there they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Santa didn't smile. A laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids, so I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
I know it's a big thing, like, in America, for kids to write to Santa, and the post offices do handle that. But I wonder how it's handled in, like, Japan, or if it's even really a thing over there.
Huh.
June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound, or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort.
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
There was nothing Junpei could say. Heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Okay. Let's see. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. There are a bunch of bags in here. I wonder what's in them. I forgot about the... Hey! What the fuck are you doing here? Card with the 9th man's face printed on it. So is this like a number 9 card? What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. Well, I mean, I guess it stands for 9. Box. There's nothing inside. Oh, yeah, and here's a 3. Card with Santa's face printed on it. There are 3 crates here, stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah. But just in case. Wait, where's he going with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit! This... Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we won't be able to get back. Okay, well, cut down that electricity. There's a 7. Oh, shit, files. Clover! 1, 2, 3, 4. Locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to a box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. There's an 8. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. And her hair is ridiculous. Yeah, it looks amazing. It's like clay or something. There's the pot to the kettle. Okay, well... see if I can find the rest of the cards first. Searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. And there's a 5. And there's a 6. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. There's 4. 2. There's Ace. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we came in through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole, right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits the keyhole. Yeah. There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. What's this? Several lights here, with numbers from 1 to 9. Only the light with 9 on it is lit. Oh, there's 6 holes here. It looks like jacks for a headphone cable. And maybe if we put something in them, yeah, something might happen. Looks like it's covering something up. It's like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. It's gonna come out of it, does it? If it does open. Yeah, like I'd know that. The monitor's off. Got a green switch here, and a red one, and some kind of lever. None of them seem to do anything, though. Maybe the power's off? Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light at the bottom now. Means... yeah. Okay, so... I've got all but Ace. Let's see. Some numbered boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? Well, the only one I don't have is Ace, so... I guess I gotta find him first. Three crates. I searched in that one. Crate's a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds some sort of like fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. Junpei, what the fuck goes on in your mind? Nothing in the bag. Box. Nothing inside. Wasn't anything in the boxes. What are you saying, Junpei? Jumpy? There's a huge electrical current running through the fence. Do that, you won't be able to get back. Well, if I can move some of those crates over there. Are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you gonna do? Release the steam engine room. Lid for the crate. Yeah, I've already looked in there, so there's nothing in there. Barrels, nothing in the barrels. Boxes, I looked in there. Looked in there. Oh, there's Ace. Hey! That is all the things. So what do we got?
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hand. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2.
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. Spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey! June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
What's Ace's confusion? He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
That was an interesting sound. Her temperature was much the same as it had been the first time he checked. Or last time. She wasn't hot, like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious.
June!
I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Because he knows medicine.
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Oh my god, he's the president? I thought he just worked for him.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
How did you figure that out?
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Fuck, I knew Ace was connected to him. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, Seven, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
Well, nothing in this timeline, because, if it was in the number, if I went to door number 2 timeline, then I would be extremely worried. As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. Ace, what is your problem? You seem to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. Are you blind? Can you not see?
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back toward June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. Oh, does he have that, Pasagonia, whatever the thing was that Lotus mentioned? He can't, identify faces.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Because he can't differentiate them. Junpei looked down at the cards in his hand. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person was easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia.
Yeah, prosopagnosia.
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
And that's surprisingly relevant. Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
That was when I went through door 8 in the hospital room, because that was the first thing I did today. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment, and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
Hey!
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
There's nothing in them. He peered inside.
What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly, and then shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. No, they don't. 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9. They look nothing like sewing needles. Nothing in the boxes. Okay, well, I still have no idea what Clover's fucking note is then. Like the file. Yeah, I thought this might be relevant, but I guess not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I... One... Let me look at it again, just to have it in my head. Okay, so... 1, 2... 3, 4... Alright, and so that comes out to 3, 9, 7, 5. If this is relevant, I don't know if it is. It might be. But you can see the machine. The spinning light on top of his head looks kind of cute. Okay, so there's 6 holes here. And it looks like the pins I just found would be perfect for them. Ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Well, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part. 5 and 7 on the bottom. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. Wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I'll put the 2, 4, and 6 on the top part, 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom. So 6, 12, 3. Okay, it's digital root again. I think maybe it's the digital root? The digital root. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. Yeah, the digital root of 12 is 3, therefore light 3 turns on. 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. If he wants to try it, he's certainly welcome to. So, put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top, and the 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. It turned off. 6, 7, and 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1, 2, 3 equals 6. Digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Yeah, I get it. The digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the numbers on the light that are lit. Those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? What, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figured we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? figure something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Yeah, I get it. Okay, so find all the digital roots. Well, let's see. Okay, well, do I... Oh. Well, let's get that out of the way. Okay, so, right, 4, 5, and 6 comes out to 6 as well. That. Okay. 4, 5, 9, 16, 7. Yeah. Right. So digital root of 1, 9. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. Oop. Or wait, that gives me 3. Oops, whatever. Oh, I see the difficulty. I have to enter both of them at the same time. Okay. So, let's see. Give me 5. Let's see. 7, 12, 7, 13. Okay, so 2 and 5. Let's see. So 12. So 1, 4, 6. That'll give me 11. To get 5, I would need let's see, to get 5, 15. 5. 1, 4, 6. So let's take those off the board. So say bam. A. F. All the lights are on and the shutter's opened. Hey, does that mean anything? Yeah, we gotta do it again. I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we've got 9 holes, and there's an F up above them. I don't know what F means. Well, I do. It's hexadecimal. So, okay, so A is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I need 15. What's that? This time there's 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. That's boring. Well, why don't you try it, alright? I mean... maybe this F means 15? That was the initial guess, yeah. Yeah, F in base... I'm not quite sure this one is supposed to be asking. F. Yeah, it means 15, so... Okay, so it can't be a digital root thing, there's too many pins. I haven't seen anything else in the room that would give me a clue, really. And Clover's puzzle doesn't help here. Or does it? No. No, Clover's puzzle doesn't help. Because the numbers are still in the wrong spot. I think. Okay, so, just going off what I assume is Clover's stuff. Let's see. No, that doesn't work. Okay, was there anything else in the room that I missed? No, there wasn't anything down there. Weird looking metal box. 4 crates. A whole bunch of identical crates in a pile. Something that looks like a coffin sitting at top of the pile of crates. See this machine, spinning light on top. It's pretty cute. Yeah, this is really the only other thing in here. But, okay, maybe it's... Yeah, F means 15. Every line of 3 pins needs... Oh, okay. Well, why didn't you explain that earlier? Or at least give me some hint. I mean, I did notice a little diagonal notches, but... Okay. So, every line has to add up to 15. That's... gonna be interesting. For now, I'll put 5 in the middle. So, okay. Let's see. So 5. Work out 15 from all the combinations with 5. So 5. 1. Yeah, 159. So 1 plus 5 equals 6, plus 9 equals 15. Alright, so... Let's see, what do I need with 1? Can't use 5 or 9. So 14, so 6 and 8. Okay, with 9, so 15 minus 9 equals 6, so 2 and 4. Yeah, that gives me 15 that way, and that's 15 that way. Awesome. So, hey, there we go. Cool. That one was weird. I feel like the game should have given me a hint to think about adding them up to start with or something. I don't know. A green button, a red button, and a lever. Wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did you find this? What is it? Where did you find it? Found it while you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like instructions for this kind of thing. According to what it says here, this kind of thing is a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Oh my god, is it really? Are you serious? Whatever. So, what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? See the coffin over on top of the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal is with that? I do. Want to check it out? Yeah? Alright. How do you think we're going to get there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there... How would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So, to keep it from using its energy up too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. Cannot lift heavy objects, which I guess means the metal crates. So, only the wood ones. Green is reset, red is back, lever is start. Cannot move diagonally. The Pushmaster 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. Okay. Up-down view of the area. Just pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing, just keep in mind that there is a limit on the battery. Alright. Battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. A square. If there's a crate in the way, it'll push the crate to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Okay, so... got 4 crates, I need to get them all to one side. And it can only push, so... that's fun. So, start to, off the bat. But now I can't move the other ones. Okay, so... Oh, right, I can move through these. Nope. That fucked me up. Okay. So... yeah, that has to be right. There. So, go around 4... there. Okay, so... well, I can't push this crate down. Or to the right from here anyways, so that'll be safe. I push that there. That lets me get around here. I can push that in, push that over, Nope, I ran out of moves. Okay, so I was on the right track. I think I moved around too much. Okay, so they're there. 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 Wait, 51 moves? Oh, did I get a pity move? Huh. I could have sworn it was 50 before. I wonder if it adds 1 each time you fail. Let's see. Okay, so last time I lost time on pushing this to the right and then that down. So what if I push that down, aim back over, push that. Hey! Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See? It's moving already. Yeah. Awesome. Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb above those crates over by the fence. It's in the coffin.
Mummy!
Oh my god, is it Alice? Or all ice?
Just kidding.
Oh, you fucker. He smirked heartily at his own joke.
Really?
Junpei grumbled and shook his head.
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they'd expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key.
A small key and
Next to the key,
a gun?
golden revolver.
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled, and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. It was real.
Oh, if this is real... Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
Well, that seems like the case with the axe.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Now, Santa, I know you've got sticky fingers. Please don't tell me you stole the gun when no one was looking. Rusty key. Maybe I can use this. Let's just put this key in here and... Yes, sounds like that did it. Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy. I see. This key should open the door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Yes, it's opening. Okay, well... You found it. Okay, well, now we've got the problem of... Clover, Seven, and Lotus went into the wheel room and the captain's cabin, where the axe was. Clover's still in a bad way, and no one went into room 2 in this route either, so the hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other three proceeded down it, silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
Well, the elevator door opened and then eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was this door or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. Hey, it's Zero! I'm here! Bet you weren't expecting me! He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of rough red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large door, double door, heavy, and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The red sat on the wall next to the door. Displayed on it,
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. Last they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unsure of what to think or feel,
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around, and couldn't believe what he saw.
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
Is it for so everyone can get out? It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
I mean, yeah, but the implication is that there's only one.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man.
I mean, there's one of every other door, so why would there be 2 now?
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way.
Yeah.
If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one.
But the 9th man is critical to that, and he got off early. Like, Zero told him something, and, you know, that led him to panicking and getting killed immediately.
What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be.
Yeah, but Zero fucked it up for everyone.
Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
I mean, technically, no one's killed each other. I mean, 9 killed himself, accidentally. No. 9 killed himself. Yeah, not on purpose, but it's what he did. Snake, he's not dead. He's vanished somewhere. And, you know, it's been propped up.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
Thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
Yeah, we're fucked up now because we're missing a 2 and a 9, which, you know, ruins the point of having 2 doors. Santa's voice.
Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give us a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears, and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
No, he means Atlanta. He really wants to go to Dragon Con.
Huh? Oh, right.
Perhaps it was a sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us...
Ace knew it. They all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed.
Huh.
Junpei started toward the door, then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
Well, it seems like a chapel. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
Huh. It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
A funeral. Or a casket viewing. Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. And at the end was an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
Huh. A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
I'm sciencing shit, dude. Fuck off. Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Oh my god. Is 2 in there? Or Snake in there? Oh dear. Oh no. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
Look, it's...
7 and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You 2 went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
The captain's body, with the axe.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. figure that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover.
No, don't separate. Stay together.
We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Oh, don't spread out. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to...
June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door and moved down the hallway and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since her last visit. If Junpei had eaten a lunch, he would have difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. The only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
Get a look at that arm! June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. Oh wait, he doesn't know about the arm in this timeline. Fuck! The only thing on the other side of the door was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of... No, he does know about the arm. Yeah, that was in the laboratory, so...
Snake, just where did your sister
Look
go?
at his arm! Junpei whispered to what once was Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go.
Yeah, it's too horrible. It's not...
The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
Left arm! Junpei!
Wait,
Yeah! Bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white? Ulna?
bones.
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm.
Yeah.
The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Junpei! Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. The left arm of the corpse behind the divider was clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been once. That meant... the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Well, tell her! Go down the hallway screaming it. Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
Oh, what, did she drown herself? All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Oh, no, she's... Junpei's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. Could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. She was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. Traced its source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a weapon, Miller had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
Could have done something. Could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. And Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. Grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There's one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
Why is the smell so bad? His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth.
Oh.
It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip, and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... the left hand?
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so that's what it means. Okay, cool. I've always wondered why it was called like that in, 14. Like, was it like sinestral and dextral or whatever? Yeah.
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. At the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely.
There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth. Gone. Maybe those two words. Reading them backwards. Gone had truth, and gone had truth, gone had truth. What else could gone and truth mean? Without switching the sentence around? Reading it aloud.
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
Rest them in the following order. Just make sure I get this right. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. So right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1 4 3 8. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom. So
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
3 8 4 2. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the one he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh,
I thought it was going to be like 14, 38, 34, 21.
bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it open.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The non-every game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Magisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Haruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagichika Musashiro. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah. I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by a tension like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, Seven, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace, Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palm onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, as Junpei had instructed. That's 1, 7, and 8. Comes out to 16, which is 7. That doesn't make sense. 3 asterisks shown from the res display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door number 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed, and the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the chap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. That's a blue, not a red.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, so did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping on one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had gone very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room.
Yeah, he was really, really quick to jump on that.
You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room.
Not unless Junpei whips out some really devious scheme.
You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now. I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting, and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes, yes.
Bleeding was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
It's fucking really ableist of you, Junpei, Jesus.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident, but the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off to Junpei, to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter, threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It's almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2. And so on.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere. With anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used.
Oh, right.
I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this Guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3.
Who is this guy and why was he dressed as Snake?
When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
Man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. He spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. Just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself?
What, the corpse?
Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed, threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She let back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. He felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being. Didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition, and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the Red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last word Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. Remembered other words. Words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait, there's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive.
Who's in the coffin then?
Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that likely would have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. I fucking knew it. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
had 4 reasons for killing him. As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit.
I mean, that's basically the same reason as number 1, but sure.
I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago.
Was he the R&D dude?
It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale. When she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right?
Yep.
Bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know.
Yeah, Jumpy, you probably should have kept the fucking gun.
Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain?
Oh.
I had assumed it would be obvious.
He's 1, she's 8, and he has 9.
I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
There were 2.
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
We can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei landed his hand on the doorknob... June! This is not the time. There was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But...
Junpei was torn. Couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. At every moment they waited, Ace was further away. Lotus's life was in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June.
Huh.
She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. It was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Yeah, this does explain, what Ace did in some of the other endings, but it still doesn't answer all the questions. Like, who the fuck is that in the coffin? And what about the fucking library? Junpei and Seven have finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to the other room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do?
Coffin! Coffin, coffin, coffin!
The big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next... Yeah. There was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Junpei, this is not the time for proverbs.
Who said that?
I forget.
No, I'm really interested. Let's go into the history lesson right now.
Anyway, we've got to try.
It's been a while. Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. He grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
Stop banging, we know. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean,
Just fucking do it, dude.
Any worse?
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the
A
same.
waste of a few seconds, and you're not getting anywhere anyway.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Ah, suck it, Junpei.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
Knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. Checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment. Oh!
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken.
Why are you dressed like that?
Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything.
It's a nice robe you got there, Snake.
Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing that they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided that as much by a look, the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However... Yeah, well, I mean, even with Snake, we've rescued him, but we still can't get into 9. They stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood, at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets, as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
Oh, did he grab Clover's?
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. 0. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from his face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that 7 wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned.
What is it, 10?
That is what I'm saying.
I mean, so if it was 10, then 2 plus 7 is 9, plus 10 is 19, which would come out to, well, 22.
Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
They decided to use the following combination. Well, let's see. So, 5 plus 7 plus... If we're gonna say it's 10, so 5 plus 7, 12, 22, that gives us 4. Snake, so 2 plus 5 plus 10, that would give us 8. Yeah, that's 7 plus 10. 2 plus 5, 7, 14, 24, 26. So none of the combinations will give us 9.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in the bracelet. Okay.
It opened.
Okay, my assumption was wrong. It's apparently 6?
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. I'm confused too, dude. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
Why is it 6?
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good.
Oh
I
shit.
guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed.
What'd you do?
I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple, but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. Well, to Junpei it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it? Well, his arm is artificial.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
You don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He stepped out the other side, unscathed, and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer, and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. He read Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever. I have missed you, Snake. You complete another asshole.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of the ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held a revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally considered why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Uh-oh.
Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake?
Snake? Ugh.
Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 4. Or plus 4.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Probably should have told Snake. Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Junpei could feel his voice growing hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked at Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember.
How did he get that knife in the first place?
I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft.
Jesus Christ, Ace, can you not?
My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. Could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead on human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you.
A snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace, then another. He looked, for all the world, like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff or inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit. You bastard.
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. Fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have the time to ponder what that meant before. Then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg,
You won't get away.
and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
Shot you 6 times. I'm sure they can fix that.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voice, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled, a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn experiment! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside a torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. Then it broke, crashing down with a tremendous force, the thunderous force, onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side, and he was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet, glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
He didn't know how much time had passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put up against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. Wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
Kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. Couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. There on the red carpet in the center of the room. June. No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you all right?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Oh, shit. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. Santa?
What the hell are you talking about? No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
The wrong path?
That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. And there is shadow, there is light.
What are you talking about? I told you! I am not gonna lose!
Wait, what?
What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone?
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was a cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Oh, what? Okay. Well, that sure was an ending. Yeah, I'd expected it. I suspected Ace for a long time, because we knew so little about him. But yeah, I wasn't expecting him to go just so far over the edge. Yeah, that was definitely a thing. So yeah, if assuming what we know about from the letter, we know Ace was Hongo, the CEO. We can assume that the ninth man was the head of R&D, because Ace knew him, as he didn't say who exactly he was, but that doesn't really matter. Who he was, just that he was related to Ace. He admitted as much that Ace is the one who told him to go through the door. But chance of loss is not zero. Seek a way out. Seek a door. Now it is time. Okay, so that was ending number 4. Okay, so because of my actions in this route, I I was able to unlock this ending. Now there's 6 endings, but I still only see 1, 2 more on here. I don't know exactly what that means. But next time I'm going to try and go down the corridor path, the one that we tried on our first run through. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure I know where I fucked up over here when I was talking to Clover. So, you know, ideally that will take me down this path and not just immediately end in getting axed. So we'll have to see how that pans out. But it has been a really long stream, so it is time to stop it and go to sleep. Well, good night.